Good morning and welcome to our regular council meeting of May 27th, 2024. We're going to start off with the open microphone. First up, I have Gary Hayward. I have a seat there and I think the mic is on. Yeah.
Good morning. How's everybody? Okay. I'm here on the behalf of the dogs of Wetaskiwin at the City Dog Park. The city is not bringing no water out this summer, and with the weather getting hot, and I've seen them drink water, right? And there could be 17, 18 dogs there all at once. I mean, it's a busy place, right? And I find it hard to believe, you know, like you might have to bring water out 4 or 5 times this summer. And so I'm just wondering why you're not doing it and stuff like that. Because I know, I think the city's doing a fantastic job with, you have gardens people can rent, right? You got 45 plots, 7 jugs of water that you fill up twice a week. I mean, basically, it's a good thing you guys are doing it, but you're not making no money. You're losing money on it, right? So I don't understand why you couldn't drop over there 4 or 5 times a year and throw the water jug up. And not only that, but there's a lot of people from Pigeon Lake, Fallen, all over the place that come there. It's just not us. We have maybe 20 regular people. Like I spent half my life there now. So it's a good place, real good place. So we had a presentation from our administration. It costs the city about $7,000 a year to provide the water out there for the 7,000. 7,000? Yeah. So yeah, personnel so
time, personnel, equipment.
For the dog park?
Yeah.
So if you're spending 7,000 for the dog park, you must be spending 50,000 on the gardens.
I don't know what they're charging for gardens or what the return is on that, but that was the reason that we had stopped.
There's no return. You pay $50, you get $30 back. You're paying $20 for a plot of land for 4.5 months.
Yeah, but right? that was why we had stopped the water out to the dog park.
And you fill the jugs up twice a week, 7 jugs, and you can't bring one. I find that hard to believe, $7,000. Like I said, if you're spending $7,000 there, you're spending $50,000 over there.
I'm just letting you know why we stopped that service.
Yeah, well, and this is why people, you know, you think you're Wetaskiwin. It's a good place, but it's just, you wonder how some of this stuff happens. Like, that's hard to believe. Like, water's not pretty cheap, to be honest with you. If we had a way of doing it, we'd do it ourselves. So, like I said, I find that hard to believe, $7,000. Because if you're spending 7, you're wasting 50,000 on the other one. You're losing money. Like I said, it's a great idea, you guys are doing that, you know, for families or gardens. But like I said, you're boycotting the dog park.
It's not boycotting it. It's just not providing water. And the users there are able to bring their own water as well. So we're not boycotting the dog park.
Well, maybe these guys by the gardens should bring their own water. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, take them away, bring their own water. You know, I'm retired now, and I see a lot of stuff, and I don't want to bring nothing up. But I mean, it's not fair. As far as I'm concerned, it's not fair. Not even close to fair. So I put my 2 bits in, and I guess that's it.
And I'm always happy to meet with you as well, and so is the rest of council.
Okay, well, my hearing aid's not working too good, so.
All right.
But, hey, that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks very much.
Okay, can I leave now?
Yeah, absolutely. Next up, we have Damian Jones.
morning.
Good morning.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Damian Jones, Executive Director of Breaking the Chains Coalition program. And I stand before you with a few critical questions that we must consider if we truly wish to build a safer and more inclusive and compassionate community. Who here, with a show of hands, would like to see our people safer? See our people safer? Right? Who here wants to build a better community? Okay. Today I want to ask rhetorical questions, keeping in mind the themes of self-preservation versus community building, fear versus love, and inclusion versus exclusion. Let's start with the fundamental issue, racism. Racism is defined as prejudice, discrimination, and antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. So, do you think statements like it's an indigenous problem and people should be sent back to Musqueam could be viewed as a racist after hearing that statement? Homeless is up all across Canada, not only affecting the Indigenous population, but all demographics. Yet when we discuss these issues, we often use language that implies exclusion. We describe people as taxpayers. When we describe people as taxpayers, does that not suggest that taxpayers have more rights and say than other humans? What exactly qualifies somebody as a taxpayer in these terms? When we refer to issues as indigenous, homeless, or addicted, are we not subconsciously implying that these specified groups are less important than other people, such as taxpayers? Does this focus on adjectives not create division rather than inclusivity? Fear. This word is often used by leaders in positions that demand bravery. Statements often begin with, "the people fear," or "the people are scared." I challenge us to ask, if decisions are based on fear, are they truly aimed at community building or self-preservation? So, those who go above and beyond their fear usually act out of love for the greater good, for reasons beyond themselves. Shouldn't those in charge be leading by encouraging people to think in a stronger, braver capacity? Humanitarianism. It's not just a label, it's not just a hat or coat for a flashy picture. It's a belief that all people are equal despite their circumstances. Can we view issues from a perspective of inclusivity, love, and community building? During numerous council meetings, it has been mentioned that a role of the shelter was to add resources to the hospital and RCMP by taking non-emergency calls and housing individuals at the shelter. After reviewing this, I must ask, do we believe that this has been successful? Are we implying that the shelter should be handling highly intoxicated, mentally ill, and severely addicted people instead of treating them for their safety and the safety of the public? What is classified as a non-emergency? Are people who cannot stand, who are belligerent and violent, suitable to be around others seeking refuge in a shelter during hard times? Are we to vilify Hope Mission for housing addicts and mentally ill when it is expected of them? As someone who has visited Hope Mission regularly and seen the challenges firsthand, I see validity in all perspectives. There is a how, a way, and a solution. I see good people with vices who need more resources and a safer environment. I see highly addicted people who should be in treatment facilities or, at times, in jail. I see mentally ill people who could be a danger to the public who should not be in a shelter, and is placing this responsibility to housing these individuals in a shelter rather than a controlled environment what's best. We have seen crime with or without a shelter. The locations change, but the issues remain steady across the last 3 shelters. The RCMP have stated that they need calls directed to them to gather data to help define a solution. Addiction is a daily battle, not something curable, and we need proper emergency resources. Are we so afraid of the work that we strip the much-needed resources a bigger shelter could provide? And if we think it's wrong for Hope Mission to take on these challenges, are we to send our people out of town and place them to somebody that's willing to help? Good people need our attention, and some are beyond our immediate help. Instead of hiding the data for perception, we should focus on addressing the root cause. Statements of fear reveal self-preservation, and both make it hard to move forward positively. An environment of dis-ease will always cause dis-ease. I hope moving forward we can recognize and focus on adjectives creates inclusivity. Fear should not guide our decisions. Instead, let's act from a place of love and community building. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks very much, Damon.
Thank you.
3.1, approval of the regular council meeting agenda. Any additions from administration? Nope. Council?
I move that City Council approves the regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Item 4.1, regular meeting minutes for May 13th, 2024. Any errors or omissions? Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council adopts the regular council meeting minutes of May 13, 2024 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Item 5.1, council action task summary.
I move that City Council accepts the council action task summary dated May 16th, 2024 as information.
Somebody muted him.
I think it's on now.
Now it's on.
I would move that City Council accepts the council action task summary dated May 16th, 2024 as information.
I thought your mic was Dean, so I muted it. Moved by Councillor Elliott. Comments, questions, concerns? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Item 9.1, cultivating our community under Committee of the Whole. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning.
Thanks for your help on Saturday.
I was on. Thank you for your help on Saturday as well. All of those council members that attended, I appreciated it. So good morning, Mayor Gandam and City Council members. I am here to present a report on cultivating our community. In alignment with Council's strategic plan, Cultivating Our Community is a program that will provide the community with an opportunity to contribute to the city's story by caring for the city's natural spaces, fostering well-being for the individual, which ultimately has a ripple effect to other community members, and it will impact the community's environment. This program is modeled after Partners in Parks programs in other municipalities, where community members can engage in maintaining shrub and flower beds, litter pickup along walkways and transportation corridors, for example. The vision of Cultivating Our Community is to empower residents of Wetaskiwin to take an active role in beautifying and enhancing public green spaces by leveraging their knowledge, skills, and abilities. This program aims to foster a sense of ownership and connection to these shared spaces, inspired by successful initiatives in other regions and provinces. Cultivating Our Community will help to maintain cleanliness, address safety concerns, and promote environmental stewardship. Through this program, Wetaskiwinites will not only enjoy and improve public green spaces, but also feel a stronger sense of community pride and connection. Alignment with the vision and strategic plan. Knowing that well-being is a core premise of City of Wetaskiwin's corporate mission, it is well documented that being in nature is a strong contributor to a person's sense of being. Cultivating Our Community will bring residents outside with their hands in the soil and to help build communities. It'll also contribute to the environmental sustainability. That's a big word this morning. This program, by their very nature, is about partnership, and this will extend to the broader community. Administration is working towards building partnerships with local businesses to support the program through product and plant knowledge sessions and sponsorship and/or promotion of the program. Additionally to your recommendation, Councillor Elliott, about partnering with Canadian National and Kansas City Rail Line, administration is working on exploring a relationship with the appropriate department to see what can be achieved along their right of way. The Recreation Department will manage the volunteer program in alignment with volunteer management best practices. These practices follow similar frameworks to human resource departments with clear job descriptions, a code of conduct, recognition and applicability to occupational health and safety guidelines, and definitive tasks. From an organizational perspective, it'll be important to mitigate those risks and liability, which in the case of this program includes that minimum age requirement of 18 years old for individuals, but there is an exception to this when a family or a group registers like cadets. Registration as a volunteer will ensure that OH&S and workmen's compensation rights are adhered to, and that in doing so, we know who's working where, when, and what they are doing. And the volunteer also knows what the protocol is for reporting incidents. Part of the recruitment strategy is to leverage the groups and organizations such as cadets or Wetaskiwin Composite High School to help keep the areas clean around their footprints. In addition to having a plan, there is a framework for what I call the 3 R's. A key part of the volunteer management system is having software, such as better impact over logistics to register, schedule, and record hours of work. Having used logistics before as a branch-wide volunteer manager at the City of Edmonton, this database simplified my work significantly, but it also simplified all the different pieces that are important to a volunteer program, including registration and recording of their hours. Recruitment for 2024 will be on the social media, city's social media, and for 2025 will include advertising on the city's website, Facebook page, and posters, in addition to targeted and intentional reaching out to businesses, social organizations, and agencies. Registering to be an official volunteer decreases the liability and insurance for both the city and the individual. Retention is another key area, and in doing so, we're going to pay specific attention to implementing comprehensive training programs, such as guest speakers on invasive weeds, and an onboarding process, which includes information on safety data sheets and general OH&S orientation. It offers opportunities for professional and personal development, and will also seek feedback from volunteers. Communication will be key, as well as making sure that the mutually beneficial relationship is honored and recognized. Another key important piece is recognizing the volunteers, and this will be done through verbal appreciation, certificates and awards, social media shout-outs, volunteer spotlights, events and celebrations, personal notes, and then, of course, tokens of appreciation. In having a more formalized program, the city can recognize the important contribution that community members are making to their community by helping it make it more beautiful, healthy and safe. And this is the very premise of the program. It doesn't mean that there isn't the possibility for impromptu volunteering. It'll still likely occur, but it's more challenging for the city to recognize people for those efforts. So, including places like, or organizations like CARESpace, where we would encourage them to register, and through that registration process, offer them the opportunity to have things like safety vests, gloves, garbage bags, so that they would not have to go out and source those items themselves. As the program develops and locations are determined, the manual and additional program elements will also evolve. At this point, not all the locations have been identified, and nor have we got a clear picture of what is going to be required to maintain those locations. If there was a location that was being maintained where water is not accessible or more challenging for city equipment to get to, volunteers could keep a water container with them and bring that water with them to ensure that those plants or new plantings or containers are kept healthy and alive. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Blatz.
Thank you. I move that City Council approve the report entitled Cultivating Our Community Program Initiation as Information.
By Councilor Blatz, go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair to Zanette, amazing. Amazing work. I love the whole thing. I was reading through it and it made me really excited because this really encompasses a lot of what we've been talking about and what a lot of our community has been kind of hoping for and looking for. And so I think that there's so much great thought put into this and I'm really excited about it. So excellent work.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler, through the chair. One question. My mic is on, yes. Just a workman's compensation kind of thing or safety. So these volunteers will be covered by a workman's comp. If a volunteer, let's say, trips over a branch or a garden hose and breaks a leg or twists something, because he's a volunteer and he loses wherever he works, loss of income, does that go on our compensation claim?
Through the chair to Councilor Brinko, my understanding is that it would, as they are doing the work as a volunteer of the city of Wetaskiwin.
So, and that in turn would increase our workman's compensation claim for every employee that we have.
Through the chair to Councilor Brinko, that is a possibility.
Thank you.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the Senate. Thank you for answering all my questions. You did that very well. And I just was wondering, though, I'm in favor of this program. Would it go year round? Like, would there be things that could be done in the winter? I know you could do education and things, but would there be physical cleanups and those kinds of things that could happen in the off season?
Through the mayor to Councilor Elliott, there is that potential that the program could grow to evolve other pieces of program. For example, at the City of Edmonton, that is how the Snow Angels program came to be, was through their Partners in Parks program. So there's always that opportunity for a different program to come out of it. It'll all depend upon demand and what interest there is in some of those additional programs throughout the year.
Okay, thank you. And just one further question. If it's going to be, the volunteers are going to be registering and things with the Recreation Department, will that mean more staff for the Recreation Department?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, the potential is there. However, we do have a vacant position that we are starting to hire for, and that this would fall under their responsibility.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. To Zanette through the chair. The volunteer management will be the responsibility of this recent or soon-to-be hire. So what will happen if this does not go forward? What would that person pick up instead of this?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, there would be several pieces that are included in this. This is just one small piece of what I call community development. And so the new position would cover relationships with Connect Wetaskiwin, relationship building with other community organizations and agencies, as well as working even in terms of playground development or working in other areas. So the position's quite broad, and this is one of those elements that just falls under that community development role.
So this new position then is a total new position then that one of their responsibilities would be this?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Zanette, thank you very much for the proposal. I too support it, but I do have some questions related to it. So you made a comment that we will know who is working where and when. So volunteers will be assigned specific times and locations in order to do their volunteering?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, they would not be assigned those specific times. They would be able to register and they would need to record their hours. And so if they recorded that they were working at By the Lake Park from 10 a.m. to noon, we would know that they are there at 10 a.m.
And in terms of the assignment of duties, I'm not interested in mowing, but I'm interested in working with shrubs. You assign, the volunteer gets to identify the area that they want to work in, or are they simply identifying that they are volunteering for sort of anything on that list?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, my hope is that they would actually go to a neighborhood nearby them, or they would find a park nearby them, so they would choose the location.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is related to impromptu volunteering. How does that work in your mind?
So through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, the impromptu volunteering might be someone just deciding to pick up garbage along their walk when they're walking their dog along one of the pathways. Or it could be just someone saying, hey, contacting the city and saying, hey, I want to clean up at By the Lake Park or at Ben George Playground. That would be impromptu. They would just sort of go and do it themselves.
But you, in that answer, you also said they would contact the city to get permission to.
They may contact the city to get permission to. They may just say to the city, we're cleaning this up. I believe that's what Carapace did a couple of years ago. They just said they were going to go clean up along a stretch of residential area to clean up. So that would be impromptu. So it's not being organized by the city.
I guess I just want to make sure that that impromptu kinds of volunteerism doesn't become cumbersome in the sense that I want to go do X, so I need to call a city, say I'm going to go pick up litter. And people can still go and do volunteering kinds of activities without registering their hours or without notifying the city.
So through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Zanette, I too am was really excited to read this and support it entirely. And I have no questions, just comments. I do think that this is an excellent step to start getting the community back engaged in some of that lighter, greater things that is this community. And I've always talked about when I first moved here, Communities in Bloom was still a thing. And Councillor Nielsen's wife and I met with one of your staff members a few years ago to see if we could get that going. And as our little group wasn't robust enough to try to get help behind it, but I continue to hear people talking to me about this. So I think that this is a great opportunity for us to be able to get more advertising out. I really do think that our community wants to be a part of, especially summer. And I was saying to Councillor Nielsen this morning, I'm really upset that on our first really beautiful day, I'm here all day. Because I have some community cultivation I want to do myself, but thank you.
Any further? Yeah, Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler, through the chair. Excellent program. I believe in it, but I do have concerning questions. Because you said their workman's compensation covered if injuries. Well, because once your workman's compensation, I believe they become staff, if not volunteer or not. Are these volunteers will be under orientation of the city's policies or not? Because there's safety issues that come apart. They're representing our community because they're covered. So will the city have an orientation to all these volunteers?
So through the mayor to Councillor Branco, absolutely. And orientation will be ongoing as new volunteers sign up. And so there will be a very thorough orientation to city policies that are related specifically to the volunteer program and the roles that they're fulfilling, as well as adherence to the Alberta Occupational Health and Safety Standards. So in doing so, they're not going to be, for lack of a better word, allowed to do certain things, and so appropriate protocols and procedures will be established so that they are working under the safest situations as possible.
Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
No follow-up motion? That's okay. 9.2, Quarterly Finance Report.
Good morning, Council. So this report is aimed at providing a comprehensive overview of the city's financial and key highlight for the first quarter of 2024. So that's January 1st to March 31st. Financial data herein presented have been compiled to review is as accurate and as transparent as possible. So in terms of the income statement, because it is Q1 and we haven't issued our tax until May, it has gone out now, but just it hasn't gone out as of March 2024. That's why our revenue looked like it was very much under. And our expenses is at 5.9 million versus our revenue at that time was 2.3, which is giving us a net operating deficit of 3.3 million. This, you will see this number severely changed by Q2 because that will do include our 2024 tax revenue. So in terms of percentages, our expense at March was about 13% of our year-to-date, of our 2024 budget, which is pretty reasonable. If you look at our operating statement, you will see that wages and salaries about 17%, contracted and general services about 11%. So the report does provide you kind of an idea of how much of 2024 budget has been spent as of March. Several key things have happened since March 2024. The most important one being the passing of the 2024 tax rate bylaw, which will increase our revenue by 23 million. Receiving of the annual grant from the Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF, and the Canada Community Building Fund, which is CCBF, and this is approximately about $2 million and will be used toward capital projects. So if you refer down to the grant status update, the amount approved per agreement is how much we are, our agreement with these parties say that we will be able to receive. Just pointing to those recurring ones, which are the most important ones, we had another 128,000 of MSI capital that we did not allocate. We have received it, but we did not allocate to any capital project yet. And then MSI no longer exists. It has been replaced by LGFF, of which we have a 230,000, which is available to us, which we have not allocated to any project. And then also 405 CCBF grant, which we, again, received, but we have not allocated to any project. That's why it's called amount received and unspent. The amount receivable to date, it shows how much we will be receiving from them this year, and those have been received since March 2024. So going back up, other things that are of importance is that return on investment from Peace Hills Utilities, which is it's going to be approximately 1 million for 2024, have not been recorded and will not be recorded until end of the year of 2024. And then there will be several capital and operating projects commencing in the summer month and the fall month. Those are going to be our busiest month. So you're going to see both operating and capital spendings increase in the later quarters. In terms of capital, the city has so far spent 538,000 on capital project, with 48,000 funded from grants, 441 from reserves, and then 48,000 from current year taxation. So this represents a project that did slightly go over. In terms of investment balances, the market value on March 28th, which is our most recent, well, closest to March 31st day, was 9,434,285. This is composed of 3 million related to the landfill liability. So that's what we put separately and called something called landfill investment, as well as $5,447,000 in general investment. So revenue interest revenue from these investments do go back to the general operating and not to any specific reserves. The amount represented is the market value and is thus subject to market fluctuations. Majority of our investment is in fixed income fund with guaranteed principals, so we will be able to earn things without risking losing our principal investment. Other grant update, so total amount received and approved and received per agreement was $3 million. Not spent is 0 because we have received and spent all of them, and then we are going to be receiving another $713,000. And then I did already cover the recurring, but I guess the most important point is that we have $764,000 which we received but have not allocated any capital project, and we have another $3 million which is receivable. So the city is currently applying, as of March, the city was currently in the process of applying for Canada Summer Job, Clean Energy Improvement Program, and Heritage Preservation Partnership Program. So the update I have for you guys is that the Canada Summer Job we were not successful for, sadly. It is a very competitive grant. We will be applying again for 2025, but we didn't get it this year. There was $40,000 in our budget, which we said we were going to receive from this grant. So there's a chance that our budget is going to be slightly over by end of the year just because of this, not getting this grant. The city and the county are also working on clarifying and finalizing our receivables from 2022 and 2023 intermunicipal collaboration framework. And also just a quick update on the Clean Energy Improvement Program. We are currently working with FCM to finalize the application process for it, and there will be some questions asked of council for additional proof, like support for that. Okay, reserve update. So currently the city has reserve balance of 18 million, which includes 287 held on behalf of the library. 3 million have been previously committed to existing projects, and 14 are currently uncommitted. So that means we can spend that on anything council would like us to spend it on. 2024 budget, the transfer have not been recorded as of March 31st. They will be recorded during year end based on actual expenditures and also based on 2024 budget. So in conclusion, as of March 31st, the city has not collected 24 property taxes. I just want to reiterate that. And then operating contract, the majority of capital project have not begun yet. And this is why both revenue expenses appear lower than expected. But there's nothing really jumping out at finance right now saying, hey, we're in trouble. Finance does plan to provide council with the second quarter financial update during the August 26, 2024 council meeting.
I move the City Council accept the 2024 first quarter financial report for the period ending March 31st, 2024 as information.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to, I guess Rachel will, page 8 talks about the infrastructure tax. That's the infrastructure surcharge, is that correct?
I'm just going down to page 8. Yes. Okay,
and it shows that we've committed $1 million or $1.1 million or thereabouts.
That's
and
right.
It shows 2.9 that is uncommitted. Is that uncommitted for, so we have no projects on the books, so we put away over $1.5 million a year and we haven't committed those dollars?
Yes, that's what that means. There is $3 million that we haven't committed to any specific project yet from that reserve.
So, to administration, why? Why have we not committed?
A big part of, to Councillor Billingsley, a big part of that reason is because we did commit it toward by the Lake Park in the past, and we uncommitted it, like we canceled that project, so that's why that balance is currently uncommitted. So, and then it is available for this year's budget too.
Plus the $1.5 million that we'll be adding this year?
That's right.
Thank you. You had mentioned about this Canada Summer Grants and that we did not qualify. Why didn't we qualify? You said it was competitive, but what was the reason that was given that we did not qualify?
We weren't provided any reason why. We just got a letter from Canada Summer Jobs saying we weren't qualified. I know from experience that it is very competitive, and they assess you based on a number of reasons. We were qualified for it back in 2021, and then that could be a reason why we didn't get it.
And so this is summer students, is that what this is?
That's right, yeah.
Have we, has there been previous years that we have not qualified for this grant?
Last year as well. We did not qualify for last year or this year. Like, we applied for it, but we just didn't get it. And then it's really up to them why we didn't get it. They don't provide an explanation.
Do we follow up with that to find out what we could do better or what we did wrong that we did not qualify for that?
We provided everything that they required, and then they just, luck of the draw, I guess. They don't really, they said that there's nothing we did wrong. It's literally just we didn't get picked.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
I believe Karen was ahead of me. Okay, I'll go ahead. Thank you. Mayor to the chair. Shock me all the time. So does that mean our volunteers for doing our flower beds or patching, we don't have them, or are we just going to hire full-time employees because, or who we hire comes out of our pocketbooks? Now, there's no grants for it.
They're not volunteers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Summer students or summer employment.
Yes, so that would mean that if we hire any summer student, they will come out of our pocket. We had the thought that 40,000 of it will be subsidized by this grant, so that's the part that we'll be missing out on.
Thank you.
Councilor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it's about the qualification or not qualification about Canada Summer Jobs. It's not, they are hard to get, right? And it is a thing where many nonprofits, and this is just why I know about it, the museum applies regularly as well, and they literally just send you a thing that says we have no money for you this year. And they base it on a bunch of values that they never tell us anything about. So I don't know how they could, and I'm just speaking in behalf of that, I don't know how they could do a better application because you get zero feedback from them, and it's not whether it's right or wrong, but that's maybe something we talk to that level of government about.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Rachel. Rachel, when we talk about this money that's sitting there that's not available for projects, it can't be switched into other budget lines then, like the summer student program or something like that.
Just make sure your mic's on, please.
Sorry, just to confirm, are you talking about the uncommitted balance in those reserves?
Yeah, I was just wondering about, we have the uncommitted money.
Yes.
Can we switch it into other budget lines? Like, not necessarily even the summer student program, but we keep going to our contingency reserve all the time.
Yes, absolutely. It is council prerogative to use whatever reserve you want for. The only thing I want to say is that there is a difference between capital reserves and operating reserves. So those capital reserves must only be used for capital projects. So let's say we want to build a new bridge for 13,000, unlikely, but just say that it is, then we could use it out of the facility life cycle assessment management reserve.
Okay. So we just found out that there's going to be a 4% increase in RCMP costs. Is that for 2024 or for 2025? I guess through to Sue?
It's the current contract, so it would be 2024.
It's 2024. So are there funds available to pay for that? Or do we go to our contingency reserve?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, Finance is working on what that impact is going to be, and we'll be presenting it to Council for consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Rachel, I just want to come back to a couple of things. Thanks for answering most of my questions. When we talk about investment income, did you say the interest accrued goes into general revenues?
That is correct.
And does that include the interest from the landfill reserves?
No, just the landfill will be put into landfill. I was just referring to the general part.
So any interest accrued from the investment from landfill reserves goes back to,
The landfill reserve.
and all the rest goes back into general revenues?
That's right.
Off the top, and I'm sorry if I catch you unawares here, could you identify what amount of interest was accrued in this first quarter that went into general revenues?
Unfortunately, I can't tell you off the top of my head. I can pull that number for you later if you
Okay,
would
that'd
like.
be great, thank you. My next question is on the Q1 report. Sorry? Oh, on the Q1 report, I thought you had a tough question for me. And this may be my own naivety, but I'm having trouble understanding a bottom line net surplus for funding purposes at $84 million. How do we arrive at $84 million?
So that column, the one you're looking at over and under authorized, is just comparing our authorized budget to our actuals. The number you want to look at to see where our net surplus or deficit are is in the actual to March column. So as of March, we had a deficit of $3 million. Oh, sorry. Okay, so basically we are under budget on operating revenue by 33. We are under budget on the operating expense by 28, which is why it looks like we have an operating surplus of 62. It's basically just showing that our expense is currently under, our revenue is currently under, and then if you add up all of those together, it goes.
I'm good, thank you with
Oh,
that.
okay.
That's good for me, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, it was my understanding that all, and correct me if I'm misunderstood, that all of return on investments were returned back into those particular reserves and not into general revenue. Can you confirm that?
I could go back and confirm that for you. So far as I know, that's where we're supposed to put it. Tulu did say that she can speak on it later, so if you could just, we'll answer back later.
Yeah, because I have some big concerns about that. I mean, if we're basing doing budget based upon the possibility of return on investment, is not a very stable way to budget. And I thought that all of them went back into each of the reserves. So if we could, I'll make a request.
Sure. Councillor Nielsen.
And I would add to that is that if we do our budget and we haven't included investment income, then we are topping up our budgets through the interest, which is not reflective of our budget. So it's either in or it's out, and it's upfront or it's not. Yeah, thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question to accept as information. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 9.3, Finance and Audit Committee Terms of Reference.
Good morning, Council. So I'm here to present a draft of the terms of reference for Audit and Finance Committee. So just a quick update. So purpose is up for review with Council. And there's composition, so there's the 7 members, 2 from council, 2 from the community organizations, and then 1 member will be a public or business community member. 2 members will be from administration, and they'll be present, and they'll be non-voting members. And we also want council to consider the remuneration for this committee. There may be more interest if per diems are offered. So attached is the draft that administration has created and open to any questions.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council directs administration to bring the Finance and Audit Committee terms of reference to the August 26, 2024 meeting for approval.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Go ahead.
Sorry, I saved my notes in a different thing, and I don't know why I did that. Okay. Through the chair to administration, there was some parts that I was kind of confused about for composition under 5C. It says 2 members will be from council. Council members will be canvassed to determine interest and knowledge of public sector finance reporting and auditing. What does that mean?
That means, through the chair to Councillor Blatz, that means if there is a member who is specifically really interested in financial items, we would ask them first. If someone is not interested, typically how we have other committees and boards, it would be nominated throughout the group.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious what that meant. If somebody's really bad at finances, they don't want that particular member, but.
Correct.
Thank you for reading between the lines.
Under D, it says up to 2 members may be from established community organizations with a variety of mandates and as broad a membership base as possible. Is there a type of community organization that we had in mind when we wrote this, or is this just any community group could apply?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, I believe there is not anyone specifically in mind. We kept it pretty broad to open it up for the community.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Like other treasurers from other organizations who have a keen interest in finance. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, also dealing with composition. There's no mention of residency in this section, and is that something that was considered, that if we're wanting individuals to be working with, overseeing finance and audit of our city assets, are we looking for people potentially who aren't residents of this community?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the answer is it's very vague in the terms of reference. So if council would like, we could tighten up the terms of reference that it would have to be a, so instead of 1 member will be a public or business community member, we could do taxpayer or, I think that goes the same case for whether it's public or business as well.
Personally, I would like to see that included, but I don't know what my colleagues would share.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, I agree that having taxpayer
Insight.
is, we kind of looked at that with through P-Sales Utilities, that doesn't necessarily have to be a resident, but to be a taxpayer.
Councillor Aberley.
And I would, thank you through the chair, I would argue has to be a resident, not necessarily a taxpayer.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councillor Aberley. I think if somebody is representing our community, maybe they're not a homeowner, maybe they're not a taxpayer, but they could still certainly be involved in our community. I have a couple of other things. I did ask some questions, and I think you probably, never mind.
You can test my memory, Councillor Elliott.
No, some of them were just editorializing. One was I just thought that in 2.4 under composition, I think it should say that 1 member of the public or business community will be appointed instead of may apply. Because that means that they may apply and we'll say, to heck with you, we're not going to appoint you. So that's the way I read it anyway.
Okay.
So, and then under remuneration, I don't think we have any city committees that get remuneration, do we? I mean, we have people who are on outside boards, but any of the city committees, I don't think any of them receive remuneration.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that is correct, except for Assessment Review Board and SDAB.
Okay, thank you. And then the, under 4.4, under finance, number 19, it says the minutes be approved by the chair, and I really think the minutes should be approved by the whole committee as opposed to the chair. That's my feeling, but I just think this eliminates bias or something in the minutes, and because sometimes we do correct the minutes, so. That's all that I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. I might recommend that we straw poll on some of these amendments that we want to make, so that when it comes back to council, we're not making changes then as well. Make it easier on administration. So if somebody would like to make the amendment for whether it's a tax or ratepayer, resident, however that's worded, make that amendment, make the amendments that you would suggest, and then it comes back to council the way that we would like it, as opposed to debating it at that time. Make Karen's job easier. Go ahead.
Why start now?
Thank you. Through the chair, I
All right,
would...
we won't now. Moving on. 10.1.
10.1, what? I would like to move that we say that the composition has to be a resident, the member at large has to be a resident of the city of Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Tyler. I would like to see a taxpayer, because that includes business people. We have a lot of business people who spend a fortune here but don't live in our community. So if it's a resident, so it's got to be a taxpayer who believe they're getting involved in our community, who are involved in our community. If we just put a resident, they're not live here, so.
Through the chair to Karen, can you clarify for me, so I'm not reading this, business members and residents, or excuse me, business members and the member at large were two separates of the 7-people composition?
I'm looking in my rearview mirror to see if Sue's nodding or not.
Because
under
up to
5,
2 members may be from established community organizations.
That's two separate.
Pardon?
That would be two separate.
So that's where I would,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I completely agree, right? That into that, one of them being a tax-paying business and not having to be a resident.
Right, so
But-
you're amending 5D.
Yes. One member of the public and business community may apply who has a general interest. Right, so I think it's between D and E. Sorry. Let Dean speak so I can get my brain together.
Okay, go ahead.
Not let, but.
The problem is that the way it's read, or if you read it, is that established community organizations. So what I think Councillor Blatt said that, what exactly does that mean? And you could have a taxpayer who doesn't belong to an established community organization who lived out of town, so now they're excluded?
So through the chair to council, what I can do is I can take this back and we can tighten up what exactly those mean and bring that back. We can either bring it to committee whole for consideration again, or we can take it to council and then go from there. So I
So
will.
it'd be 5E that you're trying to amend, because it says one member of the public and business community may apply. So if that's one of each, then-
Yes.
Okay, we could take a look at that.
I would be happy to remove my amendment. I was going to say a word that I didn't want to say. Sorry, I apologize. And have those things come. And have those things, that rewording coming back, understanding, because I agree with both of you, right? That it doesn't have to be a tax-paying business, 100%. But I would like to see the member at large to be a resident and not just focusing on taxpayers.
A resident, yeah, absolutely. I think Karen understands what you're saying. Yeah. I got you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Even though it's been withdrawn, I just was going to ask a general question. Do you have to be a taxpayer to run for council?
You have to be a resident. No, you don't have to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That kind of says something, doesn't it?
Says the PMGA dictates who can run for council.
You don't have to be a taxpayer.
Any other amendments you'd like to see brought back? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I've got them all on my phone here, and well, when I said I think it should be one member of the public or business community will be appointed instead of may apply, does that need to be an amendment, or is that just wording?
It's through the chair to Councillor Elliott. It's something we can review.
But does it need to have an amendment, do you think?
I think if we have people nodding, we can work through it.
Okay, I would move that we change the wording in 2.4 under 9.3, 2.4, geez.
That's okay, Councillor Elliott. Since we're in committee of the whole, we can't exactly make motions, but it's just a straw poll right now.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
anyway, may apply instead of, or will be appointed instead of may apply.
Okay.
Whatever Alderman Aberley's got, Councillor Aberley's got is contagious, so maybe she should wear a mask, a full face mask. Anyway.
So administration will take this away and reword D&E so it makes more sense.
Thank you.
For all of council.
All right, and the other one was about the chair being the one who approves the minutes. I think it should be a committee. Now, do I have to make an amendment there as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, I would
Straw poll that.
like to amend that it be the committee that approves the minutes as opposed to the chair.
Would anybody else like to see that? There we go.
Okay, I think I'm under control now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything further? Councillor Blatz.
I have a point of clarification. Okay, so there was a part somewhere in here I can't find now. No, I can't find it. So it's under 6. The members of council shall sit as chairperson and vice chairperson. And then there's a point under remuneration that says the members of the committee, including the chairperson, shall serve in volunteer capacity only with no remuneration. Just making sure that that means that whoever sits on that committee will not be receiving per diems, and that was the intention behind it.
Okay.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
It was my understanding, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, is that we have a policy that talks about council members sitting on city committees receiving remuneration. So do we have a conflict between policy and this particular document?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, potentially. How it was requested when we were working on the terms of reference that it wasn't going to be remuneration for this committee, but it's up to council to change the terms of reference if they'd like.
No, I'm not worried about the remuneration piece as such, only that is there a conflict between operating practices and this particular document?
I can take that away when we bring it back.
Thank you.
I'm just giving everybody a chance to. Sometimes I move through things too quickly, so. Okay, those in favor of administration bringing back the Finance and Audit Committee terms of reference to the August 26th, 2024 meeting, those in favor? Carried, thank you. Thanks, Karen.
You're welcome.
Item 10.1, request for extension on playground equipment replacement plan. Welcome back.
Thank you, glad to be back. So I am here to request an extension for the report on playground safety, equipment safety for safety and replacement purposes. As mentioned at previous council meetings, the asset management of playgrounds has been redistributed between the Recreation Department and the Public Works Department. The Recreation Department has recently assumed the responsibility of playground inspections, and along with that, the planning for repairs, retrofitting, and replacement of various elements. And Public Works will be taking care of the removal, follow-up on maintenance requests, and wherever possible, installation of new equipment and services. The 2024 inspections were just completed a couple of weeks ago, and administration is currently reviewing the reports and creating a plan of action that will include the following elements: a communications strategy to inform the surrounding community members of when pieces or entire spaces will need to be closed or removed and what the plan is. Also, a development of a needs assessment, which will be an opportunity for community engagement, partnership, survey of usage, and the demographics for retrofitting, replacement, and redevelopment of playground and associated spaces. It will also include an outline of city responsibilities and roles, and the creation of a program or schedule for the removal of pieces that are no longer safe and that require replacement or need of retrofit. Engagement with community organizations that have previously sponsored or developed a playground will also be included in this to explore the possibility of reinvestment into that area, as well as a development of some city standards for redevelopment of existing and development of future play spaces to include considerations around accessibility, locations, and such, and in alignment with master plans and strategic plans and direction. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that City Council approve an extension of the playground replacement report and bring it back for a decision at the June 24th, 2024 council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. How are we going to inform the public if we're removing equipment? We wake up tomorrow and it's not there, and I'm just to make sure that people are aware of what we're doing. I appreciate that we're going to replace and upgrade equipment, and you're going to get input. I mean, we just did By the Lake Park, and already there's comments that I expected more than what we've got. And I mean, anyway, I won't go there, but I just, if we could just make sure that there's communication to the residents that they understand what we're doing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Zanette or Finance. So does playground equipment fall under capital equipment?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, yes, it does. Most of the time, playground redevelopment or development is a capital expenditure.
Thank you.
Anything further? Looking for an extension to the June 24th, 2024 council meeting. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 10.2, extended opening hours at landfill to include Sunday.
Good morning, Council. At the March 25th 2024 regular council meeting, council had requested administration to look into extending operating hours at the sanitary landfill to opening on Sundays for a minimum of 4 hours. So to do this, we would require a minimum of one city employee to operate this scale and collect payments. That labor expense to provide that service would be approximately $10,000 per year. If we use Saturday as a benchmark, the landfill could expect to see a total revenue of approximately $13,000 per year. This is based on an average Saturday revenue of $1,700 per day in the spring and summer and $500 per day in the fall and winter. If council wishes to proceed with opening on Sundays, we would request that we only have that availability during this spring-summer season to allow maximum revenue collection while minimizing our labor expense. And then if council does approve this, we would report back to council at the end of the season to see if we would like to extend this to subsequent years. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councilor Bronco.
I move that City Council directs administration to extend the opening hours at the landfill to include Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the 2024 spring-summer season.
Moved by Councilor Bronco. Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kathy. Is the assumption that the $10,000 a year that would be coming in new money? In other words, are we not just stealing from Monday through Saturday's money and putting it into Sundays, or is this $10,000 new money?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we believe this will be new money.
And how did you come to that assumption? Where was this landfill items going that would all of a sudden be coming on Sunday?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I would say that I guess people that would maybe have come on a Sunday but we were closed would maybe hold it and put it in their waste carts as time or as space allowed, perhaps take it to another landfill that was close by. But we have had comments from citizens as well as some of our contractors that it would be beneficial to be open on a Sunday.
I have no doubt that it is beneficial. I just am very, I don't believe that this is new money.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Just a comment. I guess we'll find out when the report comes in at the end of the season.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Kathy, can you explain to me what spring summer means? I'm not trying to be annoying, but is it starting in March? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Aberley, the spring summer would be our typical growing season. So it would be May, beginning of May to kind of the end of October.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 10.3, 2023 Dedicated Senior Team Award Nomination.
Hello, I am here to present, I'll co-present with Councillor Elliott on nominating the 2023 Senior Leadership Team for the Alberta Municipalities SLGM Dedicated Service Senior Team Award. I emailed the write-up or the, what's that word? I'm losing it. The attachment under separate cover to council last week for your review. Part of the application, it requires a resolution from council, and the deadline for this to be submitted, that I will submit it if approved, will be on June 16th. In the report, we've laid out the different areas of excellence. And if there's any questions, I'll pass it off to Councillor Elliott now if he'd like.
Thank you, Karen. Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council confirm the senior leadership team eligibility for the Alberta Municipalities /SLGM Dedicated Senior Team Award.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion?
I would just, Mr. Mayor, I think we need to recognize, and we should recognize the talents that we have. We're finally getting our staff together, and it's showing definite leadership. We're making moves ahead. We're having some visioning with our policies. Council relations have definitely improved, and I just think that there's so much to make us as council feel better, for sure. Finally, finance has almost got it together, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but we've been going through some struggles with the finance department, and we today had a quarterly report, which is really nice to have. And so our long-term planning and everything else, I feel very strongly that we have a very strong staff, and our leadership team provides that leadership and visioning for our community. So I feel strongly about this. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments because for the most part I agree with what's been said. And I agree with a large portion of what's been written up in support of this particular award. And the only reason I'm speaking out is because I don't want to leave any kind of public impression that I am unhappy with our senior leadership team, because I'm not. But I'm not going to support this motion at this time. I think we're a year premature. I think there's a lot of work going on to address a lot of the concerns council has expressed to administration over the last year or two. And I see progress being made, absolutely. But I think there's still some areas that need to be addressed to really put forward a statement of excellence. So I will not be supporting this motion at this time, but I do not want to see it perceived as I am unhappy with where we are in this community with our administration at this point in time. Thank you.
Anything further? I'll absolutely support this motion and highlight where our senior leadership has made considerable changes over even the 10 years that I've been on council. I could go through each one of these and give an example for all 10 of them. So I really want to thank the administration, the senior leadership. Wetaskiwin definitely isn't an easy place to both govern or administer. So to go above and beyond in an environment that isn't always welcoming and grateful, I certainly am. So with that, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Mr. Mayor, if I may apologize, I do have notes, the same as you, but I didn't want to go through all 10, and it would have probably taken me another 15 minutes to go through all of this procedure. So, and I'm sorry, but I was trying to ad lib instead of reading from my notes. So
that's okay.
Thank you.
I know where your heart is. Item 10.4, request to change council meeting time.
Hello. So it's pretty easy. We're requesting to approve the change of time for the regular council meeting on Monday, June 10th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Thank you. And just for back information, most of council and some of administration is at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in Calgary. The closing ceremonies and dinner is on the Sunday night. So we, council and those attending, would be traveling back to Wetaskiwin Monday morning, which is the request for changing the time from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Any further discussion? Looking for a motion. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council approves the change of regular council meeting time on Monday, June 10th, 2024 to 1 p.m.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any further discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Item 11.1, Council Committee Reports and Attendance.
I move that City Council accepts the Council Committee reports and attendance as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Would you like to start?
Sure. Nothing further on my report other than what was presented, but I do want to say that I'd like to thank staff and council for Saturday's open house. It was well attended, it was well set up, and I am very grateful for all the volunteer and time that was put in by staff. So thank you to all of you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. I attended the 60th anniversary of the airport, and I thought that was very well done, and I appreciated how many people showed up for that. And the Red Dress Remembrance that was held at the Peace Hills Cairn, it was a very emotional afternoon, and it was very, very well done again by the organizers. McHappy Days was fun to be at, and I think most of us were there, and it was just a really enjoyable day. The other thing is, Mr. Mayor, we have a regional leadership committee of which you and I sit, with members from Ponoka, Musqueam, the county of Wetaskiwin, and we are meeting again this week, and we're dealing with areas, with issues in our areas and trying to solve some things. And there are some grants that have come down. There's a grant for $200,000 from Justice, which people from Musqueam are using to work on different aspects of justice to Indigenous people. They're looking at a new courthouse in Musqueam, and maybe even our courthouse will be expanded. So there could be some things related to justice as well. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I remembered to put in my report this time, so I get to speak now. All of my stuff that I wanted to talk about was actually more this month than last month, but I went to the Salvation Army food drive that they were doing, and they unfortunately had some issues with their social media, and so it wasn't well attended. So I just wanted to remind members of the public that Salvation Army definitely needs your help right now with collecting food. There are more families than ever before that are using this resource in our community, so just make sure that if you can donate to them, please do. And I also went to the RCMP town hall. It was well attended, and also the panelists did a really great job of explaining every part of the crime that goes on in our community and what's being done for that. Went to McHappy Day, and it was the best time ever. Everybody was super happy, and it was a really fun time. And I also went to the Treaty 6 flag raising at the hospital, and that was really great to see. Great to see how many people showed up for it, and also that there were members from the Ponoka Hospital that came because they wanted to see how we were doing our flag raising, because they are inspired to do their own flag raising now. So it's been a really great past 2 months. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Happy to be here.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We are going to take a 13-minute break. All right, welcome back. Well, let's go to item 12.1, Council Procedures Bylaw 2066-24.
Hello, Council. We are presenting this bylaw for all three readings today, if that is what Council wishes. Last time you saw the Council Procedures Bylaw was at the Committee of the Whole at this last meeting. Everything has remained the same, the open microphone, business arising out of the minutes, and the closed sessions. You'll notice that we did add the item in the bylaw. It's 8.1 under D, disclosure of interest, with Bill 20 and the questions that are, not questions, sorry, they're firming up the rules on disclosure of interest. So we're putting it as an ask to council that we would be adding it towards the beginning of the meeting. So it's established early on if you are declaring pecuniary interest. We've gone through the bullets on the RFD. And then also like to make note that Municipal Affairs sent out a Bill 20 statutes amendment. And I just want to read what the difference is from the previous MGA regarding conflicts of interest. So currently, it is elected officials can only recuse themselves from matters in which they have a financial interest. And what the description of the proposed changes are, allow elected officials to recuse themselves for real or perceived conflicts of interest. So in the Bill 20, it does deep dive a little bit more. I will save Bill 20 for another day once it's been passed and all the amendments are done. But I am meeting with Alberta Council bi-weekly, and I have monthly meetings with Alberta municipalities with the MCMC advocacy team. And hopefully we'll find out more about how that's Bill 20 is going to end up. So that is it for my presentation, and any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Conflicts of interest are going to go from black and white super specific to I'm just not feeling it today.
Yep. Could be. One would, yeah.
Inside voice. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council gives first reading to Bylaw 2066-24, cited Council Procedures Bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. I think this one affects me quite a bit, because if we're talking about 20 now or later?
No. Bill 20, it has.
So we can't talk about, okay then. So when
Just a
Bill comes
procedures
20,
bylaw.
because I feel,
Save it.
what, say it?
Save it.
Save it, okay, I'll save it.
You'll have to take that up with the provincial government. We don't have anything to do with the implementation of Bill 20.
Until it goes, but I mean, okay, forget it, I'll wait it out.
I'm super curious in terms of what Bill 20 is going to do for you.
No, well, save it. You know, can it save it? Okay, we can't talk, but he keeps asking the question. I feel like answering.
Save it.
It's going to be a long council meeting when I got to save it.
So save it.
Save it. Okay, I'll save it.
The rules apply to everybody, Councillor Bronco.
I know that, but it's. But yeah. Okay.
I don't want to stifle your conversation.
You do so. You just want to.
No, not this time. Anything further? No? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. First reading, Bylaw 2066-24.
I move that City Council gives second reading to Bylaw 2066-24, cited Council Procedures Bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Bronco?
I gotta save it, Tyler.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council gives unanimous consent to go to the third reading of Bylaw 2066-24, cited council procedures bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Aberley, looking for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Ready for the
I have a
question?
question.
Sure.
So when it comes to budget and we're doing infrastructure projects, and I normally tender infrastructure project, do I sit in that debate? Because I would know how much we're spending?
You should get a legal opinion on that, personally. It's not up for the rest of council or administration to let you know whether or not you have a pecuniary interest. You have to disclose that yourself. So
Thank you.
if I were you, I'd get a personal legal opinion on that.
Thank you.
Looking for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives third and final reading to Bylaw 2066-24, cited council procedures bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion?
I gotta get legal action.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Item 14. Thanks, Karen. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Billingsley. Oh, sorry, yep. Which sections are we going under, or into closed session?
Advice from officials.
Okay.
19.
19, advice from officials. Can you what? Sure. You would make an amendment?
No. Staffing. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Do you know what section that falls under?
17.
17,
you.
so we'll vote on the amendment to add section 17 to our closed session. Those in favor? Carried. Looking to see if we are going into closed session for 17 and 19. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
exactly is the land?
Welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Thank you, councillors Nielsen and Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried. We're going to break for lunch until 1 p.m. Reconvene at 1300 hours.
Yeah.
welcome back. Sorry for being late. Looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Thank you, Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried. All right, welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried. New business. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I would like to add cultivating our community to new business, please.
That would be 15-2. Anything else? Fantastic. Looking for a motion to approve the new business item of cultivating our community. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 15-1, notice of motion, affordable housing needs assessment. I'm looking for you to participate.
I know, thank you, but
Make sure your mic's on.
Mr. Mayor, I move that council direct administration to complete an affordable housing needs assessment according to the provincial guidelines and provide a status update and estimate completion date no later than the end of Q1 2025. And
By
this,
Councillor Elliott.
and this goes back to what I was talking about, just people who have the opportunity to come and work in Wetaskiwin and not able to find housing. And it would be nice to be able to have them come to our community and stay here and do everything instead of living somewhere else. We need affordable housing as well, whatever affordable means. Affordable, from what I understand, means up to 30% of your income. And if we could provide that for people in our community, I think it would be outstanding. So I'm in favor of this motion. Did you want me to say more?
Would you like to say more?
No, thank you.
Anything on Bill 20?
Maybe Councillor Bronco would like to add something.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. Who will conduct this assessment? Where will the dollars come from? Or is it going to be coming done within house? And yeah.
She just dropped her chair.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, so this assessment will be done in-house, and we are looking at approximately $1,000 that we could utilize from our existing operating budget for the engagement component to be used for this project.
So I'll kind of like the question I asked earlier this morning then. If it's existing staff, if this does not go forward, what are they, or if it does go forward, what are they being pulled off of to do this project?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we would just have to shift some of our work schedule. So we do have 4 team members in the planning and development group, so we would just maybe have to shuffle some tasks to other people.
Thank you.
Anything further? I have been in off and on communication with a developer looking at affordable housing in Wetaskiwin as well. I haven't been able to keep up with them probably as much as they'd like, so if you'd like, I'll loop you in on that information.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 15-2, cultivating our community. Councillor Blatz.
Cool. Thank you. So we heard about cultivating our community program earlier today in committee of the whole, and I just think that's a fantastic program that should go forward. So I move that council directs administration to bring back the report with recommendations received today for final approval. I don't know how much time you guys need for that.
Second quarter 2026.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, if we could make it to the August, well, she probably wouldn't. First, I think the August one should be good. There was just a little bit left in the draft that needed to be cleaned up, and then the comments from today.
Yes, I can. I move that council directs administration to bring back the report with recommendations received today for final approval. by the August 26, 2024 meeting.
Just a question through to Karen. Karen, does that give you enough time? Well, if it's rushed, then I'd rather it not be rushed, and it is vacation time, so, okay, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Through the chair to administration, what was, when we discussed this morning, what motion was made? Just for deceptive information?
Yep.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Meeting's adjourned at 14:17.
We're not talking about Bill 20?